Victoria, they weren't just protesting the oppressive past laws. They were bringing the 1954 Charter to life. They were demanding that the words on paper, equality, freedom, justice, become a reality for every woman in South Africa. That day, the document became a movement. But the struggle didn't end with the fall of apartheid. In 1994, as the country entered a new democratic era, the Women's National Coalition adopted the Women's Charter for Effective Equality. It was a new covenant calling for substantive equality in law, policy, and everyday life. It demanded a non-sexist, non-racist democracy where rights were not just theoretical, but tangible. The clock, however, kept ticking. In 2021, after a nationwide review by Parliament, the Women's Charter for Accelerated Development was adopted. This wasn't just a reinstatement of old goals. It was a demand for urgent, accountable action. The focus sharpened on modern battles like the scourge of gender-based violence and established a 25-year vision to advance women's growth and development. Now, we look to 2026. The Women's Parliament is expanding the agenda further, focusing on education, STEM, digital inclusion, and safe communities. But the fundamental question remains the same as it was 70 years ago. How do we translate the legacy of that march into measurable accountability? How far have we truly moved from promises on paper to real equality in homes, schools, and the halls of power? The answer is quite complex. Progress has been made, ground has been won, yet persistent challenges remain. We still face the tragedy of gender-based violence and femicide, the shackles of economic exclusion, unequal access to land and resources, and the stubborn ceiling of underrepresentation in leadership. And so, the Charter endures. It is not a fossil from history, but a living document. It is the thread that connects the women of 1954, the marchers of 1956, the framers of 1994, the advocates of 2021, and the visionaries of 2026. It remains the blueprint for the journey ahead, a constant reminder that the march is not over. It is a call to ensure that the words that inspired a nation become the reality that defines its future. The question is not just what must be done next, but what will we do to ensure the Charter lives in our actions?
asoze aphela amandla. Asoze aphela amandla. Leli lizwe ngelamakhosikazi. Asoze aphela amandla. We need to start the program because time is against us. We are going to proceed whilst waiting for others to come and join us. We had a very fruitful engagement with the first panel that we had. We are now going to engage with the presentation that we received from 3 commissioners. Commissioner Kwinana, Ms. Tandiwe Mfulo, Commissioner Samai. Maybe to reflect is that Women's Month asks us to honor the courage and leadership of South African women and to test whether that legacy is reflected in today's policies, budget, and institutions. In 2026, South Africa marks 70 years since more than 20,000 women marched to the union buildings against past laws. What we need to understand is that the 1956 women did not only fight for laws, they also fought for total liberation of women in South Africa. Coming closer to the exercise that we are going to take now, there is a notion that says a strong woman is the one with a voice. We want to hear your voices as women. I'm going to note hands. I'm told we have different sectors that are part of this engagement today. Academia, traditional, civil society, women in business, entrepreneurs, all women. Can you? No, we are going to be too short. You can sit down. I'm going to note hands. I'm going to ask everyone who wants to engage just to raise a hand. There is 1, there is 2, there is 3. I'm not going to take hands. We are going to engage after I've noted hands. We only have 3 hands that would want to engage with the presentation from the first panel this morning. Before you raise your question, we request that you introduce yourself properly. Which organization do you come from? So that we are going to record our engagements properly. You are number 1. Do you have any roving mic so that we give to, yes, you can start.
Can I start? Good day, my name is Christine Kutsie. I'm from Namakwa. The particular town is named Komagas. It means the place where the cattle are drinking water, but there is no water. I'm speaking about mining and agriculture. We request an urgent moratorium to be placed on all mining permits and a rights application of no less than 5 years to allow for women participation. All land reform processes to be completed. All communal land owners to plan and organize the land use plan that will enable them to apply for their own mining rights. Develop alternative agricultural livelihoods. Change legislation that enforce women's ability to feed themselves and they care for their families through access to land. To acknowledge women's free prior informed consent as a priority right and access to legal representation to enforce those rights. 3, criteria and procedures for inquiry development resources must change to allow women in rural areas equal access to development should always have priority over mining rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're moving. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're moving to the second speaker. Who is the second person to raise the question?
Good afternoon. I stand on all protocols observed. I'm part of the GBV Commission. I am Advocate Lavrin Ekkom from the National Bar Council of South Africa and also from Women of Hope Butterfly Project, who deals with domestic violence and GBV. What I'm going to be making some recommendations, and I've identified priorities as well. The active implementation of the declaration of GBV pandemic legislation is required. We need a forensic laboratory for the Northern Cape in conjunction with a free substance abuse rehabilitation center to strengthen evidence collection and address root causes. Secondly, there must be a review and an amendment of the marriage bill to raise the legal age of marriage to 21, to protect young women and ensure informed consent in line with constitutional rights. Thirdly, we need to hold non-compliant government officials in terms of Batupele and Ubuntu principles liable where such failure causes harm in terms of service delivery, whether directly or vicariously. Then fourthly, to establish safe houses for women and children, ensuring immediate protection and access to support services. Then finally, the prolonged duration of court cases. We need to address systemic inefficiencies in the justice system to reduce the case duration and prevent secondary victimization. I thank you.
Number 3, the last person to ask the question. There was the last person here. There were 3. Were you the third? Okay. Okay.
Afternoon, everyone. Let's just say I'm a concerned citizen from Ward 19. I liked what Mayor Fraser Moleketi spoke about accountability. We have to ask our let's so-called our leaders and whoever to account. In the health sector, if you go now, like I had a toothache, this is 3 weeks ago, then when the pain started around 11 o'clock, I went to the clinic, in fact not clinic, day hospital, I want to be specific. I could not be attended because they told me they only attend 10 people. And I heard the ladies talking about Batupele principles. So I was told to come back the next day. So my question is, does one have to come early, maybe 6 o'clock to chew for that, to be the 10th person? Again, let me pass now. Most of our elderlies didn't get their SASA. Apparently others didn't understand the review process. You should bear in mind, other elders are not learned. So maybe they hear the things, others don't have radios now, because mostly we concentrate on our smartphones. So apparently there's a review thing. If you can go now to Collins Road, as of yesterday, the queues were long. We are staying around that area. And it was mostly elderly that were standing there. They didn't get their social grant. They had to do this review thing. And it was called as of Monday. But they were standing in the queues. If maybe you don't believe me, go unannounced and go and check now. Maybe the queue is ikuthekile ngoku. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our women who asked questions this afternoon. What we picked up from the speakers is that they were making mostly recommendations on the issues that they are facing on the ground. Would request that they submit that in writing so that it is going to be recorded. When we meet again next year, we are going to take stock on how far have we gone in terms of implementing what you have recommended. I'm going to pose one parting question to the panelists so that they are going to respond. It's just a parting short message. One question from me. Are public resources changes women's everyday realities as far as accountability mechanisms are concerned? Because I heard you speaking about them. All of you, you are going to respond to just one question. Just be brief so that we hand over to the next panel. Thank you.
Are you saying, is it what? Okay, how the public responds to everything that's happening in public? No. They are not responding. You see what that lady was saying about just an example of hospital? It's like that. You go there, number one, and number two, public resources. They have this entitlement of, I must go on break, I'm on break, I'm on lunch. There's no commitment to say, here, I get a job, yes, I get paid, but let me do my best. There's nothing like that. And there's no consequences. Because if there were consequences, I work for a private company. If in that private company you did not do your job, it's month end, they will tell you. And they will give you a warning and say, next time we cut your salary, or next time this is what is going to happen. In the government area, there's no consequences. That's why everything is a mess. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe before I go to your question, as Human Rights Commission and Gender Commission and even the CRL, we have called for a joint national inquiry into the reporting of victim support, investigation and pre-trial functioning of criminal justice system, response to gender-based violence and femicide in the country. And this was as a result of the case of Omotoso, if you recall how that matter was handled. I mean, amongst others, the judge was complaining about how the evidence was presented before her. So we have realized that there are a number of shortcomings, things that have Advocate Acom has raised, the fact that matters stay just for too long on the roll, the fact that some of the provinces don't have labs. You know, already that is the case even here in Northern Cape. So those are some of the issues that are going to be looked at. And so the extension is up to the 10th. So Advocate Acom, if you can please make your submissions. We're hoping you can come and hear us. I want to agree with my sister here. That terminology is foreign in public sector. Whether you're talking about home affairs, whether you're talking about even the schools, whether you're talking about the clinics, the hospitals, SARS, you know, people are just allowed to stay long in queues. And if we don't complain, we'll probably be there even until the next day. I mean, look at what we have just been told by the lady there. So consequence management is about time. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. With regard to the resources, I would want to believe we always need more, but the current is supposed to be applied and there needs to be accountability, and when we speak about consequence, we talk about the consequence management that needs to happen within the various structures of government to be able to ensure that there's servant leadership. We need to go back to proper servant leadership, because the vast majority of women that are not sitting in the structures of power do not have water, do not have electricity, and they don't have access to land. And I think that there is a broad responsibility on all of us that are here to be able to ensure that we don't just all open the doors, but we open it wide. And that is the challenge that we have today. There are some that have succeeded, but others have not. And we need to be able to ensure that we do more for our women in terms of land and in terms of access to justice. It is not okay that women still have to stay in lines for maintenance, for interdicts, for grants, to be able to get a contraceptive. They are still sent from pillar to post. But we do have the laws. And the only way is to be able to ensure that we keep people accountable. Thank you.
A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, beautiful ladies. We're now going to hand over to the next panel. Who is the moderator? Anyway. Ladies, all the best. Well, thank you. Let me sit here next to you.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, ladies. Wathint Abafazi? Wathint Imbokodo. Aye, Abafazi, aye. Halala, bomama, halala. Ansebahle, nje ngicela nishayeleni izandla. Halala. Siyabonga kakhulu. I'm going to make sure ukuthi we don't spend a lot of time here. A very good afternoon to all of you, honorable members, esteemed panelists, as well as our guest. Before we proceed, I would like to emphasize, as I've indicated before, that we are strictly going to keep to the allocated time to ensure that all panelists have a fair opportunity to contribute and that we maximize participation and engagement throughout the session. I'm going to introduce Ms. Seni Ndlovu, a Member of Parliament, a chairperson of Select Committee on Finance. Can you please wave? Oh, okay. You're starting already? Okay. Her topic is going to be on parliamentary oversight of women economic empowerment, strengthening gender-responsive financing and accountability. The focus is going to be the role of Parliament in scrutinizing public finances, budgets, and economic policies to ensure that government resources and programs effectively advance women's economic empowerment, reduce structural inequalities, and it deliver measurable outcomes for women. Over to you, ma'am.
Dumelang basadi. Le kae basadi? Re teng. I'm not going to waste time Program Director, let me also stand on the protocol that is already observed. My name is Honorable Sanun Zofu. I'm from Limpopo Province, Tawazimbi. The dusty place of Tawazimbi. Honorable Program Director, it is an honor to participate in this Women's Parliament as we reflect on a powerful legacy of resistance, courage, and vision. 70 years ago, thousands of women marched to the union buildings declaring that women will not be silenced, excluded, or treated as subject of an unjust system. The word Wathint Abafazi, Wathint Imbokodo became a symbol of the strength and determination of South African women. But our theme reminds us that resistance alone is not enough. We must also have vision, and that vision was already articulated in the Women's Charter of 1954, which called for the removal of laws and practices that discriminated against women and for women to enjoy equal opportunities, rights, and responsibilities in society. Today, Honorable Program Director, our responsibility is to ask a difficult but necessary question. What does economic freedom mean if women remain unable to access the resources, opportunities, and market necessary to build sustainable livelihood? Program Director, parliamentary oversight is not simple about asking whether government spent money. It is about asking whether the money went, where the money went, who benefited, what changed, and whether women, particularly the poorer, from the rural areas, communities, like where I'm coming from, young, disabled, and historically disadvantaged women experience a measurable improvement in their economic lives. A budget may appear gender neutral on paper, but its consequences are not always gender neutral. If we allocate billions of rands to economic development without asking how much reaches women-owned businesses, women farmers, women in the informal economy, young women entrepreneurs, and women in rural communities, then we may be reproducing the very inequality that Parliament is constitutionally mandated to confront. South Africa has already developed important mechanisms for gender-responsive planning and budgeting. The gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework provides a foundation for this work. Yet Parliament's own parliamentary budget of Parliamentary's own parliamentary budget office has identified the continuing weaknesses in implementation, including limitation in gender expenditure taking and the risk of treating gender-responsive budgeting simply is spending for women rather than addressing the structural inequality that produce unequal outcome. This is where parliamentary oversight must become more rigorous. First, every major budget should be interrogated through a gender lens. When committees consider departmental allocation, we should ask a question again. What is the gender impact of this allocation? What are the targets of women? What proportion of procurement is reaching women-owned enterprises? How many women will be employed? How many women will gain access to that finance, land, skills, technology, and markets? Secondly, Parliament must move from monitoring expenditure to monitoring outcomes. We should not be satisfied because a department tells us that 95% of its budget was spent. No, not at all. We must ask, what did the expenditure achieve? Did women move from survivalist enterprises into sustainable businesses? Did women gain access to productive assets? Did procurement create viable market for women-owned enterprises? Did agriculture programs increases women's ownership and control of land and productive resources? Did infrastructure investment reduce the unpaid care burden that keeps millions of women outside the formal economy? Chairperson, when I looked at the program, I was given 20 minutes. I'm not sure what is the bell for. These are the questions that turn oversight into accountability. Third, we must scrutinize not only expenditure, but also the economic policies that determine who has access to opportunity. Gender-responsive budgeting must therefore include the revenue side of the budget, fiscal policy, taxation, public procurement, and investment decision. Parliament's own work on gender-responsive budgeting recognizes that gender equality cannot be achieved by looking on expenditure alone. Program director, we must also recognize that economic empowerment cannot be separated from the daily realities facing women. A woman cannot fully participate in the economy if she spends hours every day collecting water, caring for children and elderly relatives, traveling long distance to work, or living in an environment where violence strict her freedom of movement. Therefore, investment in public transport, water, electricity, childcare, healthcare, digital connectivity, and safe community are not peripheral to women's economic empowerment. In those few words, Chair, Program Director, I had a lot of submission and presentation, but because now the time is on my side. Wathint Abafazi. Thank you.
Batsadi dumelang. Nna ka leina ke Tidimalo Lekgwase go tswa ko Mahikeng. I'm also a member of parliament. We are not shortening the presentations. We want to be realistic in approach. Bomme re na le di responsibilities tse dintsi. We don't want a situation where there are panelists that were not given a chance because it's our time to leave. Summarize the important points that you want to bring to the table and make sure that you stick to 5 minutes as a presenter, so to allow women to be able to engage. Because I think those that are seated that side are more to say to us than us saying to them, because we are here to be held accountable. So I'm going to request from all the panelists from now, 5 minutes to each. The 20 minutes allocated is for questions and for all the panelists to present on that particular topic for the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is going to be, before I introduce her, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Angel Kanyile, I'm a member of parliament. I'm a member of Multi-Party Women's Caucus Steering Committee and an alternate member of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The next speaker is going to be Ms. Benedict Muthin. She built Peace Network. Her topic is going to be on issues on women, peace and economic resilience, building inclusive economies that leave no woman behind. The focus is going to be on the relationship between women's economic inclusion, social stability, peace and resilience, with particular attention to women who experience multiple forms of economic and social exclusion. The presentation can explore how inclusive economic opportunities can strengthen women's agency, resilience, and participation in community and national development. Ma'am, please remember you have 5 minutes. When you hear the bell or the alert, please just know you must just wrap up. Definitely.
Ding, ding, ding. I want to talk about United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 or 1325. It deals with women, peace and security. And you're asking me, huh? And I'm telling you, it was developed some years ago by women like ourselves in the global south. It was driven by Africa, and the country that presented it to the Security Council was Namibia, our neighbor, our cousins. So it is our resolution. What does it mean to us here today? It has 4 key pillars. The first one is participation, and it's precisely the kind of participation we want us to do. We need gender-sensitive policies. Our country's got all that. Infrastructure and practice is the challenge for us. Women and communities, our community women, as the beautiful woman here, must participate in creating this kind of non-violent society and just society that we need. The second pillar is about prevention, and it speaks about peace-building architecture, the structures. How do we make safer societies? We're dealing with epidemics, if I may use the word, sexual, gender-based violence and femicide. We have teen pregnancies, people are upset, substance abuse, gangsterism, especially in the Cape. We're talking about a culture of peace and nonviolence. How can we create such a culture of peace and nonviolence when we're living in fear and terror, including economic violence, when we cannot sustain ourselves during economic recessions? And when you saw the unemployment figures released this very week, it showed men, high unemployment rate, but the worst unemployment rate? Women, always women the ones to suffer. It also talks about conflict prevention. How do we work better with each other? How does civil society work with the legislature, work with government, and so on? The third pillar is protection, and it speaks about the most vulnerable. And yesterday at our civil society working group, we were with the most vulnerable and hearing their stories, and we honor them, and you are welcome to wave or stand up if you want to show yourself. The fourth and final pillar deals with the relief and recovery. It's actually concrete centers for people, vulnerable people like women, and programs for survivors of violence, broad violence, economic violence as well. The United Nations and the African Union have respectively issued directives that all legislatures, and in our country it would be national and provincial legislatures, should host awareness-raising sessions on this very thing. Most importantly, honorable members, this resolution needs legislative oversight. It needs community oversight, and it needs community ownership. It is our resolution. It comes from us. So yesterday at our workshop with civil society in preparation for Parliament today, there were 3 themes that we discussed, among others this resolution, access to justice. And the third one is, what are we going to come and do here today? And I hope you noted the discipline of our civil society members when they came up and they presented their agendas, which we will submit to you, as well as our report. So over 20 women leaders from deep rural areas were present. There was an artisanal miner who needs a mining permit. Something as simple as this. Why can this woman not have a mining permit? What kind of a government or a parliament are we for the people when one woman in a rural area can't have a mining permit? She is in Nababib, she is here. Please wave. There is a multi-generational fisherwoman from Port Nolloth who needs a fishing permit. She can't fish. She's combating very irregular activities at the fishing co-op in her community, which excludes her and others. How can we support this woman? Today, I want to ask us to come to action, to approach the women who are having these challenges and to help them find resolutions and solutions for their issues. The people are saying there's forcible removals of communities from their ancestral lands. It sounded to me just like apartheid in District 6. They must make way for mines. These removals and harassment is being enforced by our South African prison services, SAPS. They imprison the community leaders, honorable members, honorable guests. In this day and age, SAPS is imprisoning community leaders for standing up for the community and their community rights. One community fined a group of their leaders and people 60,000 rand each. The judge said, you protest, I'm fining you each 60,000 rand a month, a fine, and you must pay 1,000 rand a month off on it per month. And by tomorrow, the ones who do not have 1,000 rand to pay per month, they will be put in jail. How can we still be doing these terrible things? In one community, a woman's eye was gouged out by a man in the street, and no one in the community, no one came out to help this woman. I'm concluding. Our beautiful constitution, with its poetic preamble written by the most visionary people, among others, Geraldine Fraser Moleketi. We can't eat it. Every policy we declare special economic zones for Northern Cape, devoted to mining. We must be cognizant that when we're talking about fracking, we are polluting, diminishing underground groundwater in a country and a region that is plagued by worsening drought. It's unconscionable that we would even think of fracking. Please give our artisanal miner and our multi-generational fisherwomen their permits. Free our leaders from these dorpies, the prisons in these dorpies and the oppression by SAPs. Free that community where that judge has fined these beautiful people 60,000 rand each, which is untenable and unaffordable, and they will be put into debt prisons as if we're living through the Victorian era. Let's show these women, please, everyone, who they've traveled from so far and so much effort to come here, and we want to show them how do we lead as servant leaders. Let's step up and let's help them, not tomorrow, right here today.
Thank you very much. It does look like there's a lot of issues that are coming out of this place that they cannot be fully expressed here. I want to suggest that you can submit your written notes to one of our officials so that they can be incorporated into the report. I think that is very important. With that being said, there is someone that forgot their sunglasses in the bathroom. Can they please come to the stage and get them? There is someone who has also forgotten their cell phone in the bathroom. Can they please come to the stage and get their items? The next speaker is going to be speaking on the topic, From Economic Participation to Economic Power, Expanding Opportunities for Women Entrepreneurs. The focus will be on the experiences and challenges of women in business, including access to finance, markets, procurement, opportunities, investment, skills, and leadership. The presentation can highlight practical measures required to move women from participation in the economy to meaningful ownership, growth, and economic decision-making. Ladies, let us put our hands together for Ms. Mandisa Nkwanyana. She's coming from Business Women's Association of South Africa.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible? Yes. Thank you. It's tough presenting at injury time. People are thinking about the custard they didn't eat at lunch. But let's power through this afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I stand on the protocol that has been observed, and I thank this opportunity to speak to the women in the Northern Cape and to the women in South Africa today. I've been tasked to talk about the challenges that women in business face, the challenges that we face as I'm a woman in business myself. And I hope I capture as many of the challenges which I feel are generic amongst all of us, but we know that in our different businesses, in our different lives, there are certain nuances which need extra care for any person who's assisting us in our business. So for me, I think let's start with the idea of the scale of the work that has been done and the illusion of progress. Currently, women in business, women that own businesses or businesses that are led by women, constitute about 37.7% of all businesses in South Africa. These women-owned businesses employ a significant proportion of the population. But the reality is these are small businesses employing between 1 to 10 individuals. When we start talking about scaling and businesses becoming bigger, this number drops down to 12.6%. So it's lovely saying that there's almost 40% of women running businesses in South Africa, but these are small, minute businesses that one invoice, one late payment means that business has no future. So we need to keep that in mind. But I think the biggest challenge that we are facing in South Africa is that even women that are running these businesses, whether formally or informally, are still concentrated in historically women sectors. We're talking agriculture, retail, wholesale, textiles, manufacturing, which is sadly a sector that has to be revived. And this is a plea to Parliament. We really need to revive the manufacturing and textile sector in this country. Beauty and wellness, crafts, informal trade and hospitality. We haven't touched on mine, we haven't touched on the core productive sectors of the economy. And when we look at these sectors that I've just highlighted, these constitute over 60% of informal businesses which are led by women. These women sustain communities, they ensure food security in township and rural areas, but again, they remain marginalized by policy frameworks. They are the backbone of our economy, but they operate in the shadows of the economy. And I think what we need to layer over and above women's business ownership is a glaring stat that most of women in South Africa are actively supported. You're sitting somewhere in the informal sector and you're supposed to grow and thrive and build. Women earn 78 cents for every rand a man earns. Where's the other 32% going? Why is it less than what men are earning? And these are numbers that we need to take into consideration. But the devastating ripple effect of this is that 54% of women attribute their failing physical health to financial stress. 43% go without food, electricity, because they are repaying whether personal or business debt. 44% struggle to make minimum debt payments, and 60% have no emergency savings. When a woman entrepreneur succeeds, she does so not just to build a business, but she feeds children, she pays school fees, she supports an extended family, and the money circulates within that community. But I think we can talk about the challenges, guys, and the speakers prior to us have spoken about the challenges, the blockages that we face, but systematically as women, as ecosystem partners, we need to find solutions that start closing the gaps. One of the areas that the BWA has identified is the concept of access. When we talk access to market, we think it's just someone coming today and buying something from me and my business. But it's allowing women's businesses to be readily visible and findable. One of the areas and interventions that we are rolling out as the association is rolling out a free directory to every single woman in South Africa. They can put their business logo, they can put your contact number, and ensure that one, on a minimal level, your business is findable. But your business being able to be found by potential customers doesn't mean sustainability, doesn't mean it's going to move past this 1 to 5 employee gap. And I think that's where we need to be more systematic in how we measure and track women's progress. For instance, there is public procurement that is set aside for women. Minimum 40% set aside for women. How much of that has landed in women's hands? Where are the numbers? Where can we track so that we find systematic ways of ensuring that these funds are dispersed and reach the people that they are meant to reach? Again, when we look at things like our Constitution and the Broad-Based Economic Empowerment Act, the Act explicitly aims to increase the extent, and I quote, to increase the extent to which Black women own and manage existing and new enterprises, and increasing their access to economic activity, infrastructure, skills, and training. The Public Procurement Act, as mentioned, means that we need to set aside minimum of 40% public procurement to women-owned enterprises. But the gap between policy and practice is not just a small crack, it's a huge chasm that needs to be closed. Women obtain less than 6%, I'm sorry, I was being excited. I'm done. I thought it was 3 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna do my closing remarks. Let me scroll down to the end. I'm sorry, I thought I had 5 minutes. So just to close, as mentioned, the BWA stands to ensure that women's businesses are able to be found. digitally, ensure that women are able to be part of the digital advancement, because that's where business is going. So how do we empower women that currently we are being left behind? We are being left behind digitally, and how do we effectively close the gap? Very importantly, across both public sector, civil society, private sector, we need to implement a framework where we are able to track the awareness of whether women know about these opportunities. Are they able to access these opportunities? Are they able to take them up? And that is a conversation around compliance, whether the business is able to take up these opportunities, and how do we ensure that we close those gaps? And very importantly, are they able to yield sustainable measure from all these interventions that we deliver? But I think for me, and it's my personal favorite quote, and I'll close on this one, is that we cannot develop a country without the participation of women. Thomas Sankara says that for a country to be effectively developed, we can't develop it by using 4 fingers when we have 10. Women are the other backbone of the economy, and I believe that between public sector, private sector partners, and all stakeholders, we can find meaningful ways to make sure that our businesses are not only sustainable for self, but they are businesses that can see an economic turnaround for our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give them another round of applause? Because we are seated in a hybrid platform, let me just acknowledge the presence of those that are on the visual platform, and indeed your questions will later be considered. We'll start on the floor and take hands that would want to engage the presentations. Can I get hands from the floor that would want to take presentations? I see the first hand, and I'm going to request that before you ask your question, you introduce yourself properly so that your name and details can be recorded. The second hand is from my far left. We're only going to have 1 round of questions, but you are more than welcome to write a question down. If maybe you are not a person who's used to speaking in front of people, you can submit your questions in writing. Can I get the third hand maybe? The third hand will be from the back. The first hand is here in front of me. The second one is at my far left. And then the last one will be from the back, in that order. I'm going to request that you try and minimize. I don't want to say you must take 2 minutes, but kindly minimize your questions. Go straight to the point. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, Makosikas. My name is Sylvia Tunsi. I'm from Ward 19, Khalishiwe. And now, actually, I'm one of the veterans in the branch of Ward 19, Court of Latela. My first question is, I just heard the presenter there mentioning economic inclusion for women. But to me, if I can just get clarity, to me it seems as if we're talking about women younger than 60. Because we as the elderly are being excluded. I'm speaking from experience. The other issue that I want to raise here is, is that, excuse me, we as SASSA beneficiaries, who get the 2.4 from government, it's a problem to us, or to me rather, because you are being, your bank account is being monitored. Immediately when they realize that you've got income from somewhere else, meaning that your children, maybe your children give you, try to maintain you, because 2.4, you know, within a day's time it's gone. SASSA decides that they suspend your monthly, your grant. I think it's actually unfair. And another issue is that when you register a company, and maybe for once you get a 20,000 rand, because Tina, women siyazamazam. They sitting at and your arms phone. Die once of 20,000 or 8,000. Hulle gaan punish you, dis hulle weet jou pension kry nie. Because hulle monitor onze finances. And ons kan nie from bank to bank we can't run from bank to bank. That is a very thorny issue, I know. But I'm just saying it as it is. That is my concern. If we talk about economic inclusion, it means that we as the elderly are not included. Because whatever we try to get together for ourselves is being monitored, and at a later stage they take away the grant. They take that grant from you. Thank you.
2 points that you've made have been taken. It's all about the economic inclusion of older women or elderly women, and also the issue of your bank accounts and what determines you getting your grant at the end of the month. I see the Commissioner from Human Rights is agreeing with all your points. I think she's going to represent you on that one. Can I take the second hand? It was from my far left. Can we get the mic? My far left, then from there you must go to the back, just behind the cameras.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Abafazi, beautiful woman of the Northern Cape. I greet you. Protocol observed. Leadership has been greeted. My name is Evelyn Pretorius, and I'm from Richi, Ward 27. Mama touched on my questions already, so I'm just going to give my opinion. 18 to 35 years, I say no more. I say erase the ages, no more. And I'm also saying to the departments funding our NGOs and NPCs and NPOs, do not come and tell us we are not compliant. Make us compliant. Train us to be compliant. Fund our communities, NGOs, because we are employing people, women, in our organizations, and you are taking your funding. You are taking a meal from a child. And then I don't want to be long. I want to say, stop telling us that we cannot do this because there's something missing of the business registrations. There is something called a waiting period. We don't want that anymore. If we step into an office today, help us now. When I step out, let me step out on my thing that I came for. The women, the women in leadership in Parliament, please come to our rescue. We are not all so much technology abled, but we are definitely able to say that I need this organization because it's a need that I see in my community. Make me compliant. I thank you.
Ayaroka, Mayanga, Ayaroka. That was a young woman that was talking on behalf of her peers. Can I take the last hand?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Masoro Matime, founder of Gyoteple Foundation. I just want to greet everyone that's here today and thank you for the opportunity. I want to focus on mainly women in business. I think one of the most demoralizing and something that's actually makes women feel like they can't get access is because there's an issue with financial literacy. A lot of us don't get. Some do not have access to financial literacy. So even if it comes to someone that has a small business, whether it's informal or they've already expanded their business, because you don't have enough, you're not capacitated in that sense. You don't even know your profit margins, you don't know how to market your things properly. And sometimes there would be like a lot of activities and sessions which are held by provincial government in which we do not have access to. So sometimes it feels like there's a lot of gatekeeping when it comes to the state with regards to funding and businesses, women in business. And another thing that I wanted to say is when you're employed in public sector, sometimes you're employed in an entrance level job and you need funding, but because you work in the public sector, you actually don't have access to it, not realizing that the pay that you actually receive is not even enough to feed your homes. And as we mostly know that the informal sector is mainly women because, and most of the time it's from hand to mouth. You don't even have time to pay other bills or support all your other obligations. And now with the fourth industrial revolution and AI, which has taken over a lot of employment, it makes it difficult for us to access the market because a lot of jobs are replaced by technology. So I don't know if there are other methods or other techniques or other tech that can be used for us to enter the market. And then another thing would be funding access. I believe because of lack of consequence management when it comes to different supply chain sectors in local and provincial government, payments of businesses take too long. Even if you were to send a proposal, your payment would be delayed, not being even aware of why it's being delayed. And when it's delayed, it takes long for you to pay your suppliers, it takes long for you to pay your employees as an employer. And that can also negatively impact your profit that you try and make in the business. And with regards to that, the implementation of consequence management is not really done properly because the wrong people are placed in the correct places and they're not even there because they want to assist the public, but they're there to actually enrich themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to take the last hand from the front. I noted hands when we started. I do not want to be seen as a bad person. I requested that we raise our hands so that I can take only one round of hands. So it's like when the speakers are on the podium, other views becomes provoked and now hands are starting to be risen up. So I am going to request that we said all questions will be considered. Those that did not raise their hands in the first round, kindly go to the table, submit your question, because we have a responsibility of coming back to you with proper responses. Remember some of the questions that you are asking us as members of parliament. For example, the question that was raised by Ma'am is an issue of social development. It is our responsibility to direct these views and these questions to the relevant departments so that we can bring tangible and honest and factual responses to your good selves. So I'm going to request that those that were not noted in the first round, kindly submit your questions. We've also captured a question online from Sipele Lengema. 2 questions: what measures is Parliament taking to address challenge faced by women and children living and working on farms? And what they have adequate access to government economic development strategies and programs to support socio-economic development? The next set of questions from online is from Siyolise Rangwetsi from the African Transformation Movement. Can Parliament provide concrete indicators and variables evidence showing how women's empowerment programs have tangibly improved the lives of women in grassroots? The second one, women such as roadside vendors, home-based entrepreneurs, small-scale farmers, women with disabilities, women in informal settlements, how is the success being measured? I think the second question is not complete, but they want to know from all the information that we are bringing before you, from all the stats that we are telling you about, we must be realistic in approach and give accountability to your good selves and give you realistic responses on how and how many have been touched by these successes that we are talking of. I'm going to request that individually we can go to the front table, and as I request the panelists to come and respond to some of your questions, I don't want you to leave here and say that you were suppressed. But the truth of the matter is we cannot respond factually to all your questions because some of the answers are not with us, but by the ministers and the different ministries that are not part of us today. Honorable Ndlovu, you can come first for the response. The responses must be as short as possible.
Thank you very much. I think we have noted, I take it as a comment for us as members of parliament to make sure that we are representing well in parliament in relation to the questions that you have asked. I think what I also want to emphasize, during one of the panelists, there's an area that panelists also acknowledged to say there are laws, but the issue is the implementation. So I think it's one of the areas that we must make sure that as we go back, we must emphasize that area of implementation, and also the issue of whatever that has been raised, it will going to assist us in crafting the declaration of this session so that, because for us, you are submitting to us to say, as we go back as members of parliament, these are the areas that we wanted to be submitted as part of the declaration. So I think with that, I think we are covered. The other area is, and I think, Chairperson, I agree with you on areas of the department, those who talking about the social development, it will be taken to that department, and other areas, it's something that we will not be able to respond to now. Thanks. I think I was short.
Lucky this one is a dead mic. We better be nice to my colleague because she runs finance. We need money all the time. I'm very briefly going to respond and just say about we need concrete actions. We need the Chapter 9s here today. The two powerful commissioners were so on fire. We need the legislatures, provincial and national legislatures. And we need government, the people who earn salaries on our taxes. We need everyone to actively intercede on behalf of these rural women, our friends, who are so routinely abused. You've just heard some examples in my presentation and some from the floor. We will share with the legislature our civil society report next week if I'm still alive, and with permission of the participants, we're going to share their contact information, and we hope you can promise to them that by next week or soon thereafter, the two ladies needing permits will get their permits, and so forth and so forth. And please go save the people in jail. It's really not right. Thank you, ma'am.
Let's put our hands together for our panelists. Thank you very much. Ladies, thank you very much for your presentations and for the feedback that you have given. I'd like to take this opportunity and thank each and every one of you who have asked questions, and thank everyone that is still going to register their questions at the table. We have heard you young people are saying we are sick and tired of the waiting period. When we submit our applications, we want to be assisted immediately. That was captured. The lady at the back is saying majority of the people that are working for government offices, they are there to enrich themselves and they are not looking after members of the community. I think there are some of the concerns as well. In the interest of time, I'm not going to mention each and every one of them. We are going to take these contributions or submissions very serious and escalate them to necessary departments or ministries. As soon as we have feedback, we will ensure that our officials will reach out to you. Please do ensure that you also register your contact numbers and your email addresses so that we can channel them to the right people. Can I request our panelists to come forward? Thank you so much.
Can you just give them a round of applause as they vacate their space?
Thank you very much. Greetings to honorable members and delegates across all sectors. Let me stand to the protocol that have been observed and of course established. My name is Teliswa Mgweba, an MP from the National Assembly. Honorable members and delegates, the 1954 Women's Charter and the historic 1956 Women's March placed justice, equality, dignity, and protection at the center of the struggle for women's rights. 70 years later, South Africa has made significant constitutional and legislative advances, yet gender-based violence, discrimination, and systemic inequality continue to affect the lives of many women in South Africa. Honorable members and delegates, this session, therefore, must ask a critical question: how the promises of protection, dignity, and equality been realized in practice. And therefore, honorable members and delegates, allow me to invite our panelists and to engage openly and focus on practical measures that can strengthen the protection and the rights of women. And we've got our first panelist, Councillor K. Pukutsi, from the National Saga Women's Commission leader, and who will then talk to us from a topic from national commitments to local action, localizing the Women's Charter and the constitutional rights. Honorable K. Pukutsi, your floor is yours.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon. Let me stand on the protocol as established. Dumelang, goeiemiddag, good afternoon, remesiare. My name is Kinalema Mpukunzi. I am representing South African Local Government Association, SALGA. We are representing 257 municipalities in the country. In the Northern Cape, where we are, we've got about 31 municipalities, 5 districts, and 26 local municipalities. It is very important for me to put that into perspective. The role of SALGA is to advocate and lobby on behalf of member municipalities. We've got about 4,688 wards. As I was seated there, I heard a lot of women that were claiming that they are from various wards. And all of us seated here, we are from those wards. What is critical, before I go into what I'm requested to do, Program Director, is to plead with everybody to say, for us as local government to be able to execute and make sure that, as per the mandate of the Constitution, we deliver and make sure that women are safe. Those that are able to pay for their services, they need to pay for their services. For us as local government to be able to do anything, we need funding. We only get 9% from the national coffers. The rest of the funding is expected to come from the communities. And that's where all of these issues that have been raised here are unable to be realized, because majority of those that are in those wards are women. Women who are unemployed, women who are living with child-headed families. Some of those child-headed families are small women that need to take care of their own little ones. But the women of 1956 gave us a challenge, all of us seated here. For local government to be able to be effective, I heard the Commissioner of Human Rights speaking about the integrated development planning. The IDP, it is not harvested from somewhere else. It's a document, it's a 5-year plan of a local government that indicates the plans of local government. What is it that the local government, in terms of the 257 municipalities, what is it that they are going to do? In making sure that they realize the object of the Constitution in terms of Chapter 7, Section 152 of the Constitution. Now, the IDP, it is not the responsibility of municipal managers. We need to clarify that. The IDP is a document that is spearheaded by the political leadership of the institution, working together with the administration. It goes to the wards, as I've said, that we've got about 4,648 wards. That's where the ideas, the plans, and everything that needs to develop the municipality are harvested. The women are the most ones that attend those IDP meetings. And then when they are there, the unfortunate part is that they don't raise pertinent issues that affects them. That document is a 5-year plan document that is being revised on an annual basis. It's a document that informs the budget of the municipality. As I've said, that only 9% of the budget comes from the national. It means 91% is expected to come from the community members. In terms of the population that is unemployed, the national government, in terms of 9%, is giving us the equitable share. Yesterday, when I get into Kimberley, I was told that the Kimberley is not doing anything, the equitable share is not coming. Maybe what we need to teach our people, before I go into the gist of what I'm supposed to say, is that you get the population, the equitable share in terms of your population. You cannot get more than what you are having as a population. So those issues are very critical and important so that all of us, we understand these issues. So that there must not be a myth that there are provinces that are given more than others are undermined. There is nothing like that. You are allocated based on your population. The equitable share comes based on your population. Then the disadvantaged provinces becomes your Northern Cape, becomes your Free State, becomes your Eastern Cape, and Northwest as well. Those are the provinces in terms of their own population that get lesser equitable share. It is not because those provinces are not important, but because of the one issue and one issue only, that is the population. Now let's get to what I'm requested to do here. How do we make sure as local government that we actually translate the aspiration of the charter into the realities of women that are on the local government, because it is at local government level where all the resolutions and the policies are implemented. Everything else that is being decided at NA, at the NCOP, and at the provincial legislatures, it finds expression and implementation at the local government level. Now, the challenges that are faced by municipalities is that we don't have funding. We always lobby for that. We must get more funding so that we can be able to implement whatever that is expected out of us. But on top of all these other issues, there are some unfunded mandates that local government fund itself with. Now, the latest one is the issue of the climate change. That affects mostly women. When there are disasters of climate change, those that are mostly affected becomes women. Because when there are those disasters, when nobody is able to have water, when the lines of electricity are cut off, women are the ones that are vulnerable. They have to go out and look for wood to come and make fire. And they become again exposed to the dangers of being sexually harassed. As I was seated here, I received a message that in the area where I come from the Free State, in the Lijuelupuso area, in one of the hospitals, one female nurse has been brutally murdered and being violated. She was about to retire in September, month end of September this year. Now, these are the issues that we as local government, we are faced with on a daily basis. Because everybody knows only local government, because we are the sphere of government that is closest to the people. When there is no EMS, local government must respond. When the grants are not paid, we must respond. But those are not our responsibilities in terms of the mandate of the Constitution. But because we are the ones that are the coalface, where the rubber hits the road, we are the ones that are expected to be able to deliver these particular services. But there are challenges. The challenges, we are actually acknowledging as local government that the strides have been made. But the challenges is our own bylaws. We have bylaws, but the bylaws that we are having, they don't speak to the security of women. They don't speak to the tenure of women. Those are the bylaws that are still outdated, that needs to be reviewed. But what we are lobbying for is that in each and every province as SALGA, we do have the SALGA Women Commission. In this province, we do have one. She's present today. The reason why we have this SALGA Women Commission is because it has to be cascaded down. In each and every member municipality, we are having the SALGA multi-party caucuses. And what we have been lobbying for, even if we have not arrived at that particular thing, is that those chairpersons of the multi-party caucuses must be the Section 79 chairpersons, so that they are full-time, they deal with issues of women. As I'm wrapping up, the challenges are vast, but the women of 1956, 1913 from the Free State, and the rest of other women have set a tone for us. What we need to do is to work together as women, hold our hands together, and we'll be able to overcome this pandemic, of which all of us, we are affected at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Malibongwe. Thank you very much, Councillor Pukutsi, with such an insightful presentation. Honorable members and delegates, the second panelist is Ms. Mutsidisi Ramadi, and her topic is From Policy to Protection, Building Survivor-Centered Justice System for Women. And of course, focusing on the effectiveness of survivor-centered approaches to justice, access to protection, and legal remedies, and the persistent gaps between legislation, policy, and implementation in communities.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm standing on the protocol that has been observed already. Thank you, Programs Director. I'm gonna try and not speak from the heart. Being a social worker myself, if I were to speak from the heart, especially on this topic, I would not end. We all know that South Africa has laid down a strong legislative foundation through the National Strategic Plan on GBVF and the GBVF Council Act, which were meant or is meant to ensure accountability and coordination. But in the recent review of the application of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF that Sonke Gender Justice has done, and from that exercise we had a scorecard which reminds us that survivors still experience a disconnect between policy commitments and lived realities of survivors. The question before us is, how do institutions move from symbolic frameworks to meaningful protection, support, and justice? Too often, the response that survivors need is in the corridor of separate doors. They move from one police station to the other, from one social work offices to the other, from one clique to the other, mainly because they're not receiving the kind of services they need. They're either being told, come back tomorrow, or whoever needs to assist you is not here, can you come some other time? This is a woman, a young girl, who is going through a difficult moment. When she has now gained courage to go and ask for help, and she gets to that corridor where there is no help, she's been told to come back tomorrow. Will she come back tomorrow? Or is she going to die in the pain of trauma? For protection of survivors, one of which is we need to strengthen accountability. Institutions must embed binding, accountable mechanisms into the GBVF Council's mandate. Compulsory reporting, transparent data sharing, and independent oversight. The scorecard from the review that we have done shows that government dominate in the council seats. I think there are about 15 members of the GBVF Council, and in that group, there are about 8 seats that are being occupied by ministries. And what we are saying is that that's too much. It undermines the independence of the council, and accountability requires inclusive governance where civil society and survivor-led groups have equal decision-making power. Monitoring frameworks must be survivor-centered, measuring progress not by compliance reports, but by lived experiences of survivors and their safety and justice. Secondly, we need to ensure access of protection and support. Survivors need accessible protective services, protection orders that are active, shelters that are fully funded, psychosocial support, and legal aid that are affordable and culturally sensitive. I was looking here this morning since I came here, and I was like, we are in Northern Cape where there is a Khoisan community, and I've not seen any of them here. And my question was, if a survivor from a Khoisan community needs help and she's talking the language, do they call it Ku and Koi? Who's going to assist them if we don't have accessible services with translation that in the local language that a survivor can understand? So there is a need to strengthen our services. Institutions must invest in trauma-informed professionals and translation services to ensure survivors can navigate the complex justice system. We all know how complex justice system is. And if you don't have someone who can handhold you and show you the ropes of running around in the justice system, you end up giving up on your case, even if you've got a strong case with all the evidence. But because you don't get the necessary psychosocial support, there are 9,000 social workers that are home, unemployed. If the government was to take all those social workers and train them to support the implementation, to ensure that the implementation of the National Strategic Plan is realized, those social workers would offer meaningful services to the survivors of GVB. Hotlines, digital reporting platforms can expand access. If, for instance, we've got, I think, about 257 municipalities in South Africa, but out of those, we only have 67 municipalities. That shows that there is a problem. For the government or the institutions to meet the needs of survivors, we need to ensure that Thuthuzela care centers are well funded, well resourced, and are also accessible. From the 67, that's a quarter of all the municipalities that we have. It means there are communities that are not receiving the necessary services. And we also know that Thuthuzela care centers are meant to be a one-stop center for survivors of GVV. But if there are none in certain areas, it means that survivors from those areas are suffering. Should I close? In closing, I'm gonna leave because she's here, but there is definitely a need to train frontline practitioners. In survivor-sensitive practices, is critical to prevent secondary victimization. We cannot afford to have a survivor who moves from one door to another. She's being asked the same question over and over and over and again. With the model of Thuthuzela care centers, the police will be here, the social worker will be here, the psychologist will be here, the nurse will be here, the doctor will be here. These people are working as a multidisciplinary team. They would not be asking a survivor same question 10 times, but they will be sitting together and the survivor will only tell one story to multiple practitioners. But the way things are fragmented, survivors are moving from one door to another. They experience re-traumatization, they experience secondary traumatization. They end up saying, I have had enough.
Thank you very much, Ms. Motsidisi. And of course, thank you for your thought-provoking input. Ultimately, honorable members and delegates, strengthening accountability is not only about institutional compliance. It is about restoring trust, protecting rights, and ensuring that every survivor can access the support and justice they deserve. The third panelist is Ms. Nomcebo Dlamini, the campaign director of South African Alcohol Policy Alliance. And of course, the topic is alcohol harm and women's rights and child protection, strengthening prevention, accountability, and community safety.
Malibongwe! How asasvugeni, madoda asasvugeni. Let's get back to activism. That's what I'm asking for. You know, when it comes to the issue of alcohol harm, I've been introduced. I'm not even going to waste my time. I've got 5 minutes. We need to get back to activism as women. We need to understand that for as long as we are not talking about the issues that affect us, nothing is going to change. As the two ladies were speaking here, I felt like I wish I could talk about what they are talking about, but I'm realizing that there's so many problems that are affecting us as women in South Africa that, and surprisingly, all of them are linked one way or the other. So if we get back to activism and we take all these things and we gather together, that is what the speaker spoke about this morning. To say, can we stop being fragmented? Can we stop dealing with things as one issue when all these issues that we are dealing with are actually one concise issue that if we could deal with it decisively together, we might see a change. Malibongwe! Malibongwe! Thank you very much. At least we're talking now. And can we talk? Can we continue to talk and not stop and not allow our voices to be silenced? Because masithula singakhulumi, then things continue to be the worst things that we don't want to see. So as a Southern African Alcohol Policy Alliance, we have been talking a lot, especially this past year. We had the privilege last year of starting a campaign and launching a campaign with the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, and we are glad that they are here today, even today. Year one of this campaign. The campaign is called True Cost of Alcohol. And what we are saying is, there is too much that we are paying as a nation because of alcohol in our country. Nyangvumela mos. Okay. So because there is too much that we are paying, we need to figure out then what policies we need to have implemented in our country so that the cost that we are paying is balanced with the profits that the industry is making. Because right now, the alcohol industry is making a lot of money. And that money they're making from our pain. It is not because they do not even understand. You know, we are having a process with National Treasury right now where the alcohol industry itself is saying that they understand the public harm that is caused by the product that they are selling. They understand the harm to the families. They understand the flooding of our streets and our communities. They also understand fully how alcohol is being sold, especially in black and colored communities in South Africa. And we cannot then allow them, having said that they understand this, but then they continue to say they still want to profit. And the profit that they are making is because we are buying and our children are buying. So what we are saying as SAPA is, as women, can we rise up again? Can we be activists again? In 1956, the speaker spoke here. It's something that I wasn't even aware of. That in 1956, in KZN, the women understood that alcohol was causing them so much harm that was the first thing that they had to stand up against. Why is it that we're not doing the same anymore? Why is it that we are crying behind closed doors, dealing with GBV that is enabled by alcohol? The acting minister of police said in 1 quarter, over 7,000 incidences of violent crime in our country were enabled by alcohol. Situlile. Did we say anything about that? None of us even commented. None of the GBV, I did not hear any of them. I might be wrong. I didn't hear any of us saying, this is too much. We cannot allow it to continue. 7,000, 1 quarter. Are we understanding where we are as a country? We really need to start being activists again as women. We really need to stop being comfortable with things that we should not be comfortable about. We stood up for GBV. Okay, there's a council now, and we stood up as women, we wore purple. Maybe there's things that haven't happened that we thought would happen, but can we please stand up against this as well? Can we please also understand how GBV is enabled by alcohol? We are saying the WHO has put in measures to say countries should implement these measures. Those measures are using fiscal policy, that is the excise tax that the industry doesn't want. And by the way, excise tax is levied on the product to the manufacturer. So the manufacturer is the one that pays. It's not us.
But because they continue to want the profit, they will charge us more. And they make it about us, that we are the ones that are complaining about the price. But actually, they are the ones that are raising the price, because National Treasury, when they raise the excise tax, they do not want to pay more, but they want more profits. If you read what the SAB, in terms of profits made just last week, the head of SAB, you will be shocked. But talk to them about money and about reducing the price and about dealing with this thing of alcohol harm. They will cry about profits, they will cry about jobs. We are saying there's a need to ban advertising. Last year, the EFF placed a bill to say, let us ban advertising on alcohol, because honestly, we are all tired. When you are sitting with your child watching a soccer match, the only thing that you see is a beer advert of one end, one kind of one or another. And then you go on every street in South Africa, black, colored communities, you see the billboards. Right now, Orlando Stadium has been turned into Amstel, which doesn't even make sense to me. But we are quiet. We're quiet. And that's why I'm saying, women, can we please be activists again? Can we please be bothered by the things that affect us and that affect our children? And then Salga was speaking here about the issues of IDPs. In every community, the municipality, there's supposed to be a local drug action committee. Are you even aware that there's supposed to be a local drug action committee, which is to deal with the issues of drugs and alcohol in your community? Can I see by a raise of hands how many of us know that? No one. It's an LDAC. It is needed. That is the structure that our government has put in place to deal with this issue. We don't even know that it's supposed to exist. And because we don't know that it's supposed to exist, we're not demanding it. Manje, we're going to elections in November. We're not going to demand that. And again, another 5 years will go with no LDAC existing in our community. And we're fine with that. We're quiet. We're not activists. We're now busy with pink drinks. We're busy with looking pretty. That's the thing that's most important to us. Can we stop that? We've got children. We've got girl children that we're raising. Are we raising them for this? Is this what we want? Is this what we want to see 10 years from now? Because this particular process that National Treasury is on around excise tax, it will take us another 10 years. If we miss this boat, it will take us another 10 years of being gripped by the industry. And they'll be very happy, making good money out of us. And guess what? Just as I end, in the northern hemisphere, in the northern countries, global north, young people don't drink anymore. Guess what's happening? All that alcohol is coming here because they need to continue making money. And situlile, angithi thina sasinice manje. Abo mama bethu nabo gogo bebangasi-nice, bebasukuma bathola abantwana. That's what I heard today. We don't want that discomfort. But then the question that I'm asking all of us, including myself, is if we do not want that discomfort and we do not want to speak out, ask your daughter and your sons 10 years from now and ask them if they are okay with the choices that you have made of being quiet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the three panelists. I'm handing over the session to my fellow honorable member, Ndlangisa.
Good afternoon, everyone in this Women's Parliament of 2026. My name is Busisiwe Ndlangisa Nodata. I'm from the NCOP. Mine is just easy, is to observe the hands that would like to make questions or make submissions, because this is a women's parliament. We are here all as women. And we have said at the beginning, we want to talk about the issues that are affecting us and also chart way forward as the women of this time. What are we doing? The speaker that has been here just now is asking ourselves, what are we doing? Because the women of 1954 and the women of 1956 have showed us what to do as women. So I'll be now looking at the hands. I'll also take the questions that will come from the virtual platform. I will narrate them so that they are captured at the end of the session. Let me start here, Benedict. Then you are number 2. Number 3, 4, 5. 5, ne? 6. This side, no one. So I've got 6 hands. Oh, sorry, my dear. So this is 7 and 8. Wait, which 9? So I've got 9 hands. Shoot. Oh, where's the 10? Shoot, Benedict.
Thank you, ma'am. I wanted to thank the panelists for a very interesting and engaging panel and discussions. I want to particularly pay tribute to Mrs. Kapa for her lifelong activism. And when I was the Civil Rights Commissioner, I went deep into places like the Eastern Cape, where the little girls were testifying how she stood on the back of a bakkie with a megaphone to call the girls, if they could, to come out to safety, and she provided them with a place to stay. So that's the form of servant leadership that we need. A mayor who goes into the street and rescues little girls at danger of malpractices in our community. Blessings upon you.
Okay, thank you. Number 2. Down there. You must keep your numbers as I was pointing at you. Number 2 is there.
Thank you. My name is Kilebogile Thalma Jacobs. I'm from the Katlong municipality. My question is directed to Salga, because you are advocating for municipalities. And what is, I'm just wondering, why is this always happening? You say you are representing municipalities, but then IDP, it's not the responsibility of the municipal managers, it's for politicians. When we get to our municipalities, you will hear the administration will say, this is not us. When you go to the politician, this is not us. They are playing a blame game, as we heard it now. We get allocations according to the populations of you are having. But then when it comes to, there's a lot of service delivery, there's a lack of service delivery in our municipalities, and no one takes accountable for that. When you go, there's nowhere where you can complain. You go to Coxstar, nobody can assist. You go to Salga, no one can assist. No one takes responsibility for that. There are no accountability. We are very well aware of programs of government, but we cannot access them. There's no implementation for that, because nobody wants to give an opportunity. Where I come from, we don't even have bylaws. How do we start complaining when you are not given a platform to create bylaws for us? We are activists in our own communities. We assist children, we assist women, but there are no resources. The resources are there, but we cannot have access to them. Where do we cry? Because there's no one who's hearing us. It's a game blame. You are being taken from pillar to post. No one can assist. Can Parliament assist us on that, for making people accountable and having platforms where we can complain? Because we do complain, we write letters, but there's no response. Like somebody saying, a waiting period, it's too long. You wait until you die. When are we going to implement these programs that the government are giving us? There's a lot of beautiful programs, but we cannot access them, or we cannot benefit from them because the platform is not conducive for that. Please assist us. Let us take responsibility and make sure that whether it's politician, administration for municipality, are being held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2, I'll request that let us try to summarize, to be short as much as possible, though asking our questions, but at least try to be as short as you can. Where was my number 3?
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Councillor Ditakwe. I'm the District Councillor for Francis Bart District Municipality. I'm also the Salga Women Caucus Commissioner for Francis Bart. Program Director, without wasting any time, I hope that in future as Parliament, you will make a platform for such platform to go to our local municipality, because of the time doesn't allow us to raise our concerns as women. So there is women who are bleeding outside that who cannot even reach this platform. So it will be a privilege if we receive such platform. Mine is just it's not a question, but a submission. Mekela Lemang, I heard you make mention of the climate change. I just want to bring to your attention, as much as we are councillors, we are also having challenges in terms of reaching some high resources to address issues. I'm having a challenge of landfill sites across that is affecting the health hazard of our people and our children. The landfill sites are not safe enough, and some of our people are building shacks near to those areas. And those areas, as much as we talk about the climate change, they are causing a health hazard to our people. So I want to make a submission to the Climate Change Committee to consider this matter and address the issue of the landfill site, because of burning of waste is affecting the health of our people. As much as we are having an unemployment, our kids are eating from those sites. So it's best for us to submit to the relevant structure or institution to address the issue of the landfill site. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, number 3. Number 4 there.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mpopolo. My question is about the GBV. The thing is, we have only one lab in Bloemfontein. And then people in Kimberley, they don't have a lab in Kimberley. So when you have a problem, when you are being abused, your blood test or whatever is being taken to Bloemfontein, along the way it gets lost. Isn't that a secondary victimization? And the other question is, how can we advance the services to the Parliament? Because we do continue to fight as activism, but when there are offices that only focus on certain people and not on the collective groups, even when it's coming to funding, how are we going to achieve whatever we wanted? Thank you.
Thank you, number 4. Let's take number 5. Number 5 was somewhere. Oh, there.
Good afternoon. I am Zetungosi from the University of South Africa. I've got 2 questions. The first one is on alcohol. What can we do as a country to make sure that we respond to any policy that deals with alcohol, and also we support our children, because the high number of young kids exposed to alcohol is very high and it creates negative implications. The second question is on our dependency to the government. What can we do as women in this room to make sure that people are independent? We've got 26 million people who are on grants, and it's not financially viable for the country. Down the road, we will be a country with no resources. So what can we do as women to make sure that we bring in employment and make sure that people are independent? Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ntutumbiko. My question is directed to Salga. Salga, we're all aware that you're housing all the municipalities,
Sorry,
right?
Ntutumbiko from where?
Oh, sorry, I'm a farmer. I am from African Farmers Association of South Africa. But my question now is a cross-cutting question that is looking at how best can SMMEs participate on the supply chain of the retail stores. Hence, now my question is directed to Salga, saying what's the framework from an enterprise development perspective? At what point are we going to see an enterprise development strategy that will ensure that we open up the sector for them to participate and exploit the supply chain opportunities within the retail stores? Secondly, there's a buzzword now, the illegal foreigners, and they are mainly operating at spaza shops. What's the role of SALGA to mitigate the chaos that we find ourselves in as a country? Thank you.
Thank you, Ntutu. The next one was somewhere. Were you not number 8?
Good afternoon, everybody. Protocol observe. My question, my name is Sally Tike. I'm from the Older Persons Center, let me say that. But now my question this afternoon was, as older persons here in Kimberley, or should I say Kimberley, local, we do have this golden games things, you know. I don't know whether we are going to address it, or should I ask the question of what I wanted to say. But now my question was, now in these games, golden games that we normally have every year, now we get that we participate locally, and then we go to the district, and then not nationally, to province. But now when it comes to province or national, it's certain people that are going there. Now I want to understand, is it fair for us to participate in, because they said at the centers we must participate, we must be involved in every activity. But now when it comes to that, there are certain people that are living, like we see from other provinces, some of the other provinces, they take care of their elderly. But here, we have our problem. We can't go all of us, because now why should we be at the centers? But now they don't take us all to consideration. That is my question. We want to be seen in every activity, but we just being active only at the centers and at the local, whenever is there local. But when after that, no, we must forget. That was my question. Now, what is the office doing on that? Because really, we want also to mix with other provinces. It's only certain people that are going there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama. The question is noted, and it will be taken to the relevant department.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Natasha. I work for Tolwana Emolemo, and I'm a Ward 3 resident in Kimberley. I would like to just mention with Mam Dlamini's thing. She said we must activists for the substance use. I think we must add substance, for the alcohol. Let's add gambling and substance. And our elderly people, I see they raise a lot of concerns. They are the ones that's victim of our children today that's with substance. And they don't come forward to report these things. So we need to activate on all those things. Then I will come to ma'am, social worker. I forgot the name. Our Tutuzela centers close over weekends. Then our VEP's staff take over from the hospital, the Kimberley hospital. And in all the police stations, we don't have employed social workers. And I heard you talking only about social workers, but I need to make the emphasis, what about the OXs, the auxiliary social workers? In the past year, 2-3 years, we acquire to get a qualification. As my comrade was saying there from Richie, stop the 18 to 35. Then we get our education, then we in our 40s, 50s. Then we apply, then we're too old for the positions to apply. I've been looking now recently, let's say for the last 3 months, all the posts that comes out for social workers and auxiliary social workers, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Free State, nothing in the Northern Cape. When you get called up for an interview, you must say, thank you, God, but you must know there's a large, you're going to hear about it. You'll go, then you don't even get feedback, you don't even get a post. When you find out, it's people that get the post from out of town. But yet we are here qualified. That's doing the work. We must jump from NGO, NPOs to NPOs. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think your number?
Number 9.
Number 9, okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and a few gentlemen that are in here, and thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Nolutando Godashi. I am from Tulwana Emolemo. Okay. Mine is not a question per se, but more of a comment to say, or a plea rather, to say, and thank you so much sorry for forgetting your name, Madam Social Worker, I would like to applaud your call to customize our services for our victims or our survivors. So what I would love, I was to see Parliament taking into consideration as you deliberate, is to consider influencing change in our tertiary institutions change in our tertiary, particularly in police stations. They are secondarily being victimized by the civil servants, and not because they are being rude, but only because they do not know how to handle our victims. So that is just my plea to say, as we educate our professionals, let's consider to educate, to sensitize them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, number 9. Number 10 was that side, yeah? Number 10. Please give her the mic.
Good afternoon, Khape. Mine is just a comment regarding alcoholism. I just wanted to check as to the perpetrators by lengore, by influence alcohol. they vanish before they flourish as the young people of this country. I'm worried about that because we see that daily and we experience it even in our households, in our community, in our families. So I'm just making a request that we should just go back to the drawing board, and you know, this liberation movement, I respect it, but they also need somebody just to nudge and say, please, let's just go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last one, ne? Yes, number 10 was the last one. Thank you for the questions. I should think with the last comment, I just want to say it is one of the reasons why we are here. It is one of the reasons why we need to talk as women. It is us who need to go back to the drawing board and look at what happened. Why is it like this now in our time? Because you will find that this thing of drinking, you can't blame it to anyone else. You can blame it to us. We are just relaxing as women. As Mahmoud Dlamini was saying here, we're doing nothing. Everything is just happening. And there's nothing that we are doing as women. We don't organize ourselves to do things that will stop some of the things that we are looking at. Before I hand over, I just want to the table to note this from the virtual platform. It's a comment from Advocate Shamima Sali. Drugs, alcohol, gambling are all huge problems in our communities. Advertisements on gambling and alcohol are ridiculous. We most definitely need to be activists against these addictions, destroying our communities and nation. Let us not be silent on any of them. They are interrelated. The other one from the virtual platform, Siphelele Ngema. What measures are being taken by Parliament to strengthen the availability, capacity, and effectiveness of specialized social workers in rural communities to ensure that residents have access to appropriate and quality social support services? These two are from the virtual platform. I think they will be taken and processed to where they belong. I would now hand over to our panelists to respond to the questions. Mama Pukutsi wants to be the first to respond.
Let me use this one. No, thanks, Chair. Chair, it shows how important is local government. I really want to appreciate all the comments and questions that are being directed to us as South African Local Government Association. Maybe what I need to do, Chair, with your indulgence, is to outline what is SALGA and the correlation between SALGA and municipalities. That is very important because SALGA is equally represented in the National Council of Provinces on behalf of member municipalities. We did not say the IDP, it is not the responsibility of municipal officials, it is the responsibility of politicians. That's not what we are saying. We were correcting the notion that was saying that municipal managers don't know the IDP. The IDP is a both responsibility of both politicians elected in the municipal council and the administration. The politicians does the public participation. They goes to each and every ward. As I've said that we've got about 4,468 wards. That's where the role of politicians comes in. They go to communities and ask for inputs in terms of the development planning of their own municipality. And then after that, the document will be adopted as we are preparing for the local government election, the process now is to review the IDPs. After the new cohort of local government, the new IDP will be developed with the inputs of communities. So that has to be very clear. SALGA's role is to advocate and lobby on behalf of member municipalities. That is why when we are standing on the podium, even at the NCOP, we are saying the funding for local government is not sufficient. Because if the funding was sufficient, all of those mandates, even including the unfunded mandates, the local municipalities will be able to execute. Notwithstanding the fact that some of the member municipalities are not even able to spend what is being directed to them. So we really have to put those matters into perspective to say we must not be misquoted. We did not say we are not running away from responsibility. It's for municipality, it's both communities, the administration and councillors elected. That is the municipality. So you can't devolve communities from municipal council. You can't devolve politicians and administration. It's one circle that works together, each and every hand. It's a three-legged pot that needs everybody to work together. For an integrated development plan, maybe that's what we also have to outline. What is an IDP? It's a future plan of the municipality, what the municipality aspire to do in developing its own. It is not only looking within that particular municipality. It's an integrated development plan that interlink your province, your national and local municipality, including the neighboring municipalities, because if the disaster hits on the neighbor municipality, it affects the sister municipality. So we have to clarify those issues to say that is the integrated development. So there is no way that you cannot say take a responsibility as a politician into the municipality. You cannot take a responsibility as an administrator in the municipality to say you don't know the IDP. Because it's a document that guides, that informs the budget of that particular municipality. So it is in that notion that we wanted to clarify. Chair, let me also speak to other issues of the bylaws. The bylaws, each and every municipality have its own bylaws because we've got different municipalities. We've got about 8 metros, about 44 districts and 215 municipalities. And the sizes are not the same. We've got also rural municipalities that have been disadvantaged in terms of the past, and the services are not the same. But in terms of the bylaws, you develop the bylaws are being gazetted by the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. There is no single municipality that will be in a position to actually proclaim or put its own bylaws on the gazette. It is done through the court. SALGA, it is working with all sister departments. It is working with national, province, and the provincial departments to make sure that member municipalities are not worsened off on behalf of the communities, because ours is to make sure that we build resilient communities that can be able to withstand all the challenges that are faced by those communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pukunzi. The problem we are experiencing now is that people are leaving the house. Would request that you respond briefly so that we give the last panelist the chance.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to respond to the issue of policy and what we can do immediately. Currently, the National Treasury is going through a process of reviewing alcohol taxation, which is the thing that I spoke about, which is going to take 10 years. That I said, if we miss the boat there, we are going to wait another 10 years. On the 27th of August, National Treasury has called for public participation again. They've had 6 workshops. I think this is going to be the last one. So we can, as communities, wherever you are, go on the, we can also give you the context for you to write to say you would like to be part of that. But you can also go on our website, True Cost of Alcohol, or SAPA, and you can engage with us. We can give you all that information in terms of what you can do. Regarding the local drug action committees, what we are saying on that one is you can ask your municipal, the mayor, he is mandated by the Prevention of and Treatment for Substance Abuse Act of 2008 to appoint a local drug action committee. It's the mayor only that can do that. So now we're going to local government elections in November. All local drug action committees will cease to be functional, so we need to appoint new ones. That's something else that you can do. And then each municipality is supposed to have a liquor officer in every police station. So that's something else that you can do. Check if your local subs police station has a mandated liquor officer. That's the person that's supposed to be making sure that in terms of the taverns that are they operating within their license, all that is aligned to the licensing conditions. That's the one to contact. And also, all licenses have an opportunity for us to object. Right now, some communities are asking for a moratorium on licenses because there's too many in some of our communities. That's something else that you can do. If you know, you know that there's a liquor license that's being applied for, you can object, and you can also ask us to assist us, because we are an NGO, we are non-governmental, but we assist with all these issues that pertain to liquor licensing. And I will agree regarding gambling. We definitely need to be talking about gambling and all these issues. And Mama, I so agree with everything that you said regarding that young people, they start using substances because there's other external factors that cause them to do that. And we need to be looking at that and not just treating or talking about the problem outside of recognizing that they also need to be assisted. We need to make sure that there's rehabilitation, and we need to make sure that our young people are supported in every way possible. But for any more information that you would need, I would ask that you can contact us, and we will be able to assist you even with the questions that I have not answered.
Thank you so much. I will give the last one, and I'm sure she will take only 2 minutes.
On the question of age, Mama, I think as a collective of women sitting here, we need to request the government to revise the age limit. Remember the young people, it says it's below the age of 35. And with the high unemployment rate of young people sitting at home with qualifications, it means by the time they get their jobs, or when they are jobs, they will still not be eligible for those jobs because of the age limit. When you look at the police employment adverts and whatever, it says 35 and below. So a person sitting at home with all the necessary qualifications will not get a job because of the age limit. So that age limit should be raised either to 45 because of the current unemployment rate. By the time a young person gets her first job, he will be 45, 50 years, and so on. So that has to be revised. 35 is disadvantaging our young people.
Thank you so much. Let the chair of the session give them some and we thank you so much. We're handing over to the next panelist.
Good evening. I think it's evening right now. I'm Dr. Susan Tembekwayo, member of National Assembly. I'm going to act as a moderator for the 4th session, which is the last session before the open discussion that will be conducted. And I'm also with the chairperson, who is from NCOP, who will introduce herself. The last session is a very interesting one that deals with specifics of the customs, that deals with the specifics of culture and equality, including, but more of the themes based on honoring heritage while advancing the rights and dignity of women. The social, cultural, and institutional barriers that limited the full participation of women in the society. Their vision was of a South Africa in which women would enjoy equal rights. That's why we are here today to discuss that. Dignity and opportunities while contributing fully to the social, cultural, and political life of the nation. This discussion will reflect on the role of culture. It will reflect on the role of custom, including faith and community leadership in advancing the rights, dignity, and well-being of women. The first panelist that will come here is Professor Puleng Lenkabula, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa. The topic is Culture, Gender and Social Transformation, Reimagining Equality Across Generation, with specific focus on the research on culture, gender and social transformation in South Africa. Evidence on the impact of customary and religious systems on women's rights. Policy analysis on integrating cultural governance with constitutional equality, and data-driven insights into intergenerational change and gender norms. What is the question that she will be addressing in this specific time? The question reads, does the available research and evidence tells us about the impact of cultural, customary, and religious systems on women's rights, and how can South Africa advance gender equality while respecting cultural diversity and facilitating positive intergenerational change? Your 5 minutes starts now, Professor.
Sanbonan, Molweni, Dumelang, Khotsong, Avsheni. I'm worried that we may lose many of you in our conversation. So I'm going to make a summary of my speech. But before I do so, it is really an honor for me to participate and share insights in this important Women's Parliament. The Women's Parliament is an expression of the commitment to ensuring that the voices of women, their aspirations into the future, their advocacy, but also the contributions and agency they are making in our society must generate impactful transformation. That's the first point that I'd like to make. The second point is that universities are social institutions that are formed to make knowledge, education, transformation, science, and institutions to perform optimally what they have to do in society. They are not just spaces for the elites. And I'm very honored to be here with the management and the leadership of UNISA. I have come with the executive leadership, the deans of the colleges. May I request them to stand up? UNISA is led by women, and I'd like to showcase them. Thank you. I think it's important for me to demonstrate that reminds us that culture is not just the practices, the expressions of spirituality, or the expressions of our clans, our totems, and who we are. But culture is also the institutions, social structures, systems, processes, and ideas that necessarily equip citizens and individuals to contribute constructively. participated in the future that South Africa anticipated. These women challenged culture that excluded them in the formation of political parties, in the formation of liberation. In our mores or who fought for our liberation, the women who continue to agitate for a strong democracy where social justice, dignity, social transformation, social capital, as well as economic justice are manifest, drew on the laws of freedom, of justice, took advantage of the ideas that our cultures are not just whether we're wearing headscarves or not. Our cultures are how we build societies to transform and to ensure that a failure to not adequately challenge the structural determination of gender inequality and injustices, or to execute the policies and the laws that are available for the country, including religious norms and systems that maim women's voices, require challenging, if not challenging, subverting. If not subverting, we must take them to court so that the law must be created. I often say women are shy to use the laws to change themselves. Then what is to be done? We need to have a review of the Constitution 30 years on, especially taking into consideration that digitization, digitalization, economic emancipation are challenged by the geopolitical systems that influence our societies. Secondly, I would like to suggest that academic institutions are not separate from our communities. They are not supposed to mimic what happens in our society, because that's where we invest in the brain trust of society. They are supposed to be the resources, the institutions that must be at the center of making sure that law is understood, principles and values are understood, policy advocacy on the changes that are necessary to empower women to become themselves and to assert themselves within our society. And finally, we need to read that culture, customs, and traditions are not static. They are contested spaces, they change across time and place, they are shaped by social structures as they are by human agency. And for us to win against patriarchal violence, we must never relent on our social agency
And we must use education as a propeller for changing our society for the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I still have to engage you on matters of Mosadi Kikevich, Warola or Waipupa, something like that. So that Waipupane, so that we can understand more or less why Munai Nai Lisilepe, Azama Remamo Hotlemo, Modintlunga Ofela, irrespective of the race, Renari Kevich, Swanzero Noi Pupafel, Awa, Kimatat. All the same, we are moving to Ms. Kashifa Anse, the DG of Murray Trust, who will speak to us on building inclusive communities, which means strengthening social institutions to advance women's dignity, equality, and opportunity. She will examine the social and economic conditions that shape women's participation and well-being, with attention to community-based approaches that can challenge restrictive gender norms, strengthen opportunities for women and girls, and build inclusive communities in which culture and social institutions contribute to empowerment rather than exclusion. The question that she will be answering is, how can communities, civil society, and other social institutions strengthen the partnership and opportunities of women and girls while ensuring that no woman is excluded because of social, cultural, or economic circumstances? Your 5 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I stand on the protocols observed by speakers before me. Coming from my portfolio in the DG Murray Trust, I run the Alcohol Harms Reduction Campaign. And growing up, one thing that I held onto a lot was how well my mother coped. And I always thought, wow, she's so strong, she can cope. She's divorced, she can cope. She's a single mom, she can cope. She's needing to travel for work, and we are at home, she can cope. But what I didn't realize until I came into this role was that she was forced to do so because there was a systemic chokehold on the community that she was in, on the communities that we are all in, that force women and girls to cope. So I've been asked today to speak about what social institutions can do to include women and girls. And I want to say we must start from the system. I cannot stand in front of you with confidence and tell civil society to mobilize. In the Northern Cape, I'll give you an example. The DG Murray Trust took the Northern Cape Provincial Legislature to court last year for increasing liquor trading hours in this province, despite high rates of gender-based violence, despite high rates of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. That is an example of a system that has not been designed or taken into consideration its impact on women and children. So I can't speak to you about what communities can do, about what social institutions can do to include women and children, when at the highest level, they are being excluded. There were 6 people in that online consultation meeting. 6 people to decide the fate of the whole of the Northern Cape. That is a system that has failed. And we will say, oh, but civil society is not mobilizing, communities are not mobilizing. No, they were not given the opportunities to. Because it takes how long? 3.5, 4 hours to drive from here to Daar? How were those women supposed to come and say, hey, we've got programs in our area that are fighting alcohol harm. You cannot increase trading hours here. Those are the kinds of things that we need to do. We need to look at our system and release those chokeholds in order to allow our social institutions to fully include women and children. Until the system at its highest level doesn't change, we will still continue to see the level of inequality that we are seeing in our communities today. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon Commissioner Tsakani Doris Nkwe, the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities, CRL Commission, who will come and answer the question, how can South Africa advance gender equality while respecting cultural diversity and facilitating positive intergenerational change? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and a few gentlemen around. Let me say, all protocol observed, so I can move as fast as I can. I usually don't know how to handle 5 minutes. Good afternoon. I'm deeply honored to represent the chairperson of the CRL Commission and the CRL Commission at this important Women's Parliament. I just want to cut to the heart of the theme because we don't have time. Perhaps we'll answer some of the questions when we get there. As we remember the women of 1956, we remember women who understood that dignity is not something to be requested as a favor. Dignity is a right. 70 years later, we must ask ourselves, have we created a society in which every woman and girl can fully enjoy the dignity and the rights for which those women struggled? We have made significant progress, but there is much more that can be done. And there's a reason why. Our identity matters. The CRL Commission has a particular contribution to make to this conversation. Our mandate is to promote and protect the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. When we speak about women's rights, therefore, we must also speak about identity, culture, language, religion, and community. So I'm going to address the very mode of communication that everyone seems to completely ignore. A woman who knows her identity, understands her rights, speaks her language, and participates in decisions affecting her life is not merely empowered, she is an active citizen. She is also a custodian of her language, and through language, a custodian of her culture. The educationist Hugh Hawes reminded us that education transmits the valued aspects of culture from one generation to another. But culture is not static. We preserve and transmit what remains valuable while changing what no longer serves the dignity and the well-being of our people. In many indigenous languages of South Africa, these enduring values are expressed through what we call ubuntu, botu, wumunu in my language, our shared humanity. Culture must walk with human rights. We have to remember that all the time. We must also remember that culture is living. It changes as communities change. Honoring culture cannot mean accepting every practice simply because it is called traditional. The CRL Rights Commission the CRL Rights Commission's work on ukutwala, for example, has shown the importance of distinguishing legitimate customary practices from the misuse of culture to justify child marriage, forced marriages, abductions, or violence. The same principle applies to initiation practices like ukuhlolwa and circumcision. Where such practices are observed, they must protect life, health, bodily integrity, and human dignity. No woman or girl should be harmed, coerced, or silenced in the name of culture. Religion too can be empowered, can be powerful, can be a powerful source of hope, moral guidance, and belonging. But religious belief must never be misused to justify abuse, extortion, or the exclusion of women from decisions affecting their lives. So our message is simple. Cultural rights, religious rights, and human rights must work together. We do not have to destroy our culture to protect women, and we do not have to sacrifice the dignity of women to preserve culture or religion. Women are custodians of culture. Women are not simply recipients of culture. Professor Puleng already addressed that. Our mothers, our grandmothers have carried our languages, stories, songs, customs, family history, and indigenous knowledge from one generation to another. Women are creators, custodians, and interpreters of culture. If women carry our heritage, then women must also have a meaningful place at the table where decisions about the heritage are made. And also to remember that we actually bring life into this earth, so we must never forget that, into this world. I speak about language with particular passion because much of my professional life has been devoted to education, teacher education, applied linguistics, and language planning. I've learned that language is much more than a means of communication. Language is a means of participation. A woman who cannot understand information about her rights, education, healthcare, justice, or public service is immediately disadvantaged. Promoting indigenous languages is therefore not simply about preserving words. We're actually representing the women out there that will not understand what we're talking about today because they cannot express it in their African languages, in their indigenous languages. Our languages must be broadened and strengthened and not narrowed. Every woman should be able to say, my language belongs to my home, in my school, in my workplace, in parliament, in business, and in the digital world. To our young women, I have this to say. Do not allow anybody to convince you that your culture, language, and background is a limitation. Your identity is not a weakness. Your language is not a weakness. Your culture is not a weakness. But do not simply inherit culture without engaging with it. In concluding, I'd like to say, a young African woman can be proudly rooted in her culture while participating fully in a modern technological and digital South Africa. She should not have to choose between tradition and education, between identity and independence, or between belonging and opportunity. Now, the women of 1956 did not know exactly what South Africa would look like 70 years later, but they knew that their voices mattered. They knew that their dignity mattered. Our responsibility is to ensure that their daughters and granddaughters do not have to fight the same battles. Let us build a society in which women can be proudly rooted in their culture, speak her language with confidence, practice, and her family freely understand her rights, participate in decisions affecting her community, and pursue educational and economic opportunities without surrendering her dignity. Let us preserve culture by allowing it to live, to grow, and to speak to the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Allow me to introduce to you Khosi Khadi Ntwampe, a senior traditional leader from Limpopo. Who comes from Limpopo? Yes, thank you for the support. She is she's a member of the Executive Committee of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. She is going to speak to us on cultural, gender, and social transformation with the subtitle, Reimagining Equality Across Generations. Kosi Khadi.
Ake go leboge Program Director, Honorable Chairperson, Members of Parliament, fellow panelists, distinguished guests, and women of South Africa. I offer this contribution from the perspective of traditional leadership and communities in which customs and culture remain important sources of identity, belonging, and social order. South Africa has one of the most progressive constitutions in the world on gender. And yet, a woman is murdered here roughly every 3 hours. Only 6.8% of employed women hold management positions. Women's representation in parliament has fallen, not risen, since 2020. The law changed. Daily life has not caught up. This is the reason I want us to think in terms of equity, not only equality. Equality means treating everyone the same. Equity means recognizing that people start from different places and adjusting so that outcomes are actually fair. Giving every South African the same legal rights in 1996 did not undo centuries of unequal starting points. Identical treatment of unequal starting position does not fix inequality, it repeats it. To understand today's culture and custom, we must also understand where it came from. Pre-colonial African societies were often flexible. Leadership and land were shaped by circumstances, capacity, and family need, not only by rigid gender rules. Colonial administrators then wrote down a simplified, male-favored version of custom and called it timeless tradition. Apartheid entrenched this further, treating black women as legal minors for most of the 20th century. Much of what we now call harmful tradition, including the rule of male-only inheritance struck down by our Constitution Court, was in fact a colonial and apartheid invention, not an unbroken African custom. This matters because it changes the question. It is not must culture bow to equality. It is which culture are we talking about? The adaptive, living custom of our ancestors, of the frozen, distorted version left behind by colonial rule. We have real homegrown evidence that living custom can be equitable. In the Barbadian nation, headship of a clan, whether headman or head lady, is chosen based on who is available to serve, not on gender or age. Thank you. Land inheritance is not restricted by gender. Widows keep land to farm. Unmarried women may hold for their own homestead. Even the kinship shows this balance. A woman may act as regent. Her son may succeed to the throne and the royal house. And the royal house, the house depends on both female and male family members to protect its continuation. Community-led projects like Magadimanantwing now put women at the center of training, education, and farming, continuing that same spirit. Our courts have confirmed that communities can lead this transformation themselves. In Shulubani versus Nwamitwa, the Valoi community changed its own custom to that a woman, host Dinyiko Shilubani, could become Kgoshi. The Constitutional Court held that communities have both the right and the duty to develop customary law to match our constitutional values. This duty is now written into law in Section 2.1 on the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. But the right to transform is not the same as transformation itself. The question is then, how do our customs become equitable? First, give women real power once appointed, not only a title, and protect them from being undermined. Second, per every attitude change program with real economic opportunity for young people, because exclusion from work is pushing some young men toward control and violence as a substitute for status. Legislation alone will not transform deeply rooted attitudes. Government must provide implementation guidelines, constitutional and gender equality training, and support to communities reviewing discriminatory succession practice. Parliament must exercise sustained oversight and listen directly to women living under customary system. Traditional leadership should not simply be stigmatized as a relic of patriarchy. It is a constitutional institution with considerable influence in communities. Its authority can be mobilized to advance Ubuntu, human dignity, mutual respect, and equality. Leadership must be understood as service, not as a male privilege. Gender equality does not require the abandonment of African culture. It requires us to preserve what gives identity and cohesion in our communities while transforming that causes exclusion and indignity. When women are recognized as leaders in their own right and participate equally in shaping customary law, traditional leadership is not weakened. It becomes more legitimate, representative, and capable of serving the whole community. I thank you.
Good evening, ladies and the few gentlemen. I will observe the protocol that was being established all day long because we are at night now. I just want to thank the panelists for their very, very short but valuable information that they have given us as the women of the participants in the Women's Parliament today. We really appreciate the information. My task is just to facilitate the questions and answer session for the questions and answers for this session. So it's not a big one. So let us dive direct into it. I will give now the ladies the opportunity to ask some questions or to even just have some comments in terms of the information that we just received. So can I get some hands? Number one. So no one wants to, I think you wants to go home. There is only one hand, so 1, 2, 3 hands. Just the 3. And 4 at the back. Yes, I saw, it's 1, she's number 1. 2, 3, no, they don't say she must participate. 3, 4 at the back. Is there another one? 5. So it's 5 hands. 5. And we will stick to the 5. Let us get number 1. She's number 1.
Good. Is it good afternoon or good evening already?
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Lavrin Ekom. I spoke earlier. My question is around customary law. Recently, I dealt with a case of a lady calling me out of Pretoria. She's waiting. This is to do with what's happening in terms of customary law now. The husband wants to take the child away from her because she was a qualified nursing sister, had no one to look after the kids, so the child was left with the husband and his family. So they turned around and said, you abandoned the child. So I was able to guide her, and she's still waiting for the family advocate's report. But there's one thing that I want to note. In terms of the Mediation in Certain Divorce Matters Act, there is no provision made for cohabitation or for customary marriages in the Act. It's only for couples that are divorcing that approach the courts for parenting plans to be put into place and for investigations to be done, because I'm busy investigating that in my studies as well. So there's this gap in our legislation, in the children's law, in even the Domestic Violence Act. I've gone through 4 different legislations, and there's this gap where customary law is not being addressed in our legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. We will move now to number 2, the one with the mask.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dimakato Matakala for the OTP Gender Forum. I just wanted to make a comment. I think it's imperative for us to include sign language. As we say, language, it's not only for communication, it serves as dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that one. We will move now to number 3.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Fatima Malo. Mine is just in regards to the liquor licensing. I'd like to state that I was actually the individual who started the awareness regarding the licensing of the 6 to 6 operational hours of the province from the liquor board. As much as we've won the case against the liquor board, my concern is that we still have in less than 50 meters radius, 5 or 4 taverns operating with the liquor, with a bottle store at the same time, and they're still operating in those hours of 6 to 6. So as much as the case has been won, what has been done to implement stricter rules and to ensure that we only have one tavern in an area instead of in one street having 5 outlets? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that one. I know, let us come back to her, please. That one at the back, at number 4.
Thank you. Mine is the issue of such platforms that we're having here. This is a great platform and opportunity, but time is very limited, and we've got a lot of duties that we need to fulfill. Now, can these programs be localized? Can the government allocate budget for such things to be localized, where we do them within our own languages and understanding? Because a lot of people are excluded in terms of language here. And we're talking about heritage, we're talking about the right of having to be communicated in your own language. But then those are not included. So can such programs be localized so that at least when we can do them at our local platforms so that we can submit? Because now everything is being rushed. Everybody is gone. Even our people who are need to hear to listen so that they can implement those stuff are not here. And then can those, can we embrace this digital platform that we are having? Can government also allocate budget? Can we have centers that are having free, data-free or Wi-Fi connection or whatever way? As much as a ballot paper can reach you under a tree, can all this information and services reach us? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one. And I think the first proposal that you have made can be part of the declaration or the resolutions of the Women's Parliament, that we took these sessions locally to each and every local municipality in the different provinces. So we will move now over to number 5.
Thank you so much. Recently, we just launched the Junior City Council, Solplaki Junior City Council, and we had a barrier with regards to language, because even there was the whole mother tongue language that needed to be part of the CAPS curriculum, but it also caused a lot of confusion. So I don't know if maybe there can be a certain way which mother tongue languages or your mother tongue can also be incorporated when it comes to council runnings. And then the other thing that I wanted to ask is that even though traditional leaders and other customary issues, related issues are addressed nationally and provincially, but locally, local government or local municipalities, they aren't desks which have like traditional leaders, things which actually have like an open door policy. If anyone has queries or issues that they want to raise, And we know there's always protocol when it comes to actually trying to reach out to a traditional leader, depending on the jurisdiction where you're from. But if there can be maybe a desk somehow in different local government platforms to just have that closer interaction, to just break down the other boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one. So that is also a proposal. In terms of localizing, especially the communication.
Thank you very much. I am Nombeko Tigelo Shumani. I'm coming from the UAT, the National Chairperson of Mother Nature. Mine is not a comment, it's not a question, it's just a comment. What was said today here, I wish all the government departments, down even to the municipalities, what the people were saying today, I wish they're gonna implement it so that the people must not go out on the street to get what they want. I just wish everyone that is here today must know that people have spoken, not the politician has spoken. People have spoken and they can just go and implement. And government must make budgets available for this proposal that the people have put down on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We as the leadership of this Women's Parliament take note of it, and we will make sure that the departments get the mandate from this Women's Parliament. But I will give now over to Prof. In terms of the questions that is relevant to you, Prof. You can start.
Thank you very much. I thought I was trying to summarize, but I realized that we have to engage. I think we have to be attentive to the fact that 30 years after, or 32 years after our democracy, there are many moments of celebration that we must uphold and then build on. In 1994, or prior to 1994, many of us were not considered human. But the laws that were implemented after 1994 elevated our voices, our agencies, our actions, but also access to leading institutions and to changing them. The second aspect that I think is very important for us to commemorate and celebrate, and also therefore say, now that we have accomplished these laws, what are we going to do to execute? I want to submit that patriarchal cultures, the cultures of oppression, dispossession, marginalization of women's voices, the silencing of women, or even the denigration of women's work or women's impact, happens in sustained daily lives and through daily experiences or institutions, or even sometimes in the application of law or economic opportunities or procedures. Therefore, for us to creating a lever for change, transformation, empowering women, but also in partnership with men to change our societies for the better, we must make sure that we do not manipulate or underrepresent the gains that have been made. For instance, we're saying the government must implement. What is the role of a citizen? The role of a citizen must be to empower those who are charged with leadership, with accountability, with follow-up, because we have given them the responsibility to represent us. And therefore, it is my submission that we as women must therefore consistently follow up whether the laws are implemented, and if not, how then do we hold our leaders accountable? Then the third aspect, there was a critical question about the law and whether there are gaps in the law on the support or protection of children. I wanted to say, although I'm not a lawyer, the Dean of Law is Professor Budeli. For those colleagues, you can raise your hand. so that the legal questions may be addressed by you. Alongside the gender empowerment that we are given, whether on maternity leave, paternity leave, and so on. There's a principle that talks about the best interest of the child. That is the most important principle, even if there are gaps. And therefore, we can never say, because this is not entailed in the law, therefore we cannot do something. That principle is a principle that has been won through case law, but that which family courts take into cognizance. And I think we therefore have to share with one another how we address those cases where women sometimes lose the parental rights to their children, either because of economic marginality and sometimes because of family feuds. The last point that I'd like to make is that my experience as a woman in higher education, but also other women can say, is that women, we shy away from demonstrating the contribution to society. We don't talk about what it is that we have done to change the institutions we have been tasked to lead. And sometimes, therefore, people listen to the noises in the publics and not necessarily the imperative that, of work that we should be doing. So I want to suggest that the women have the obligation and responsibility to subvert patriarchal violence and to speak truth to power in our mother tongue or in our languages, and also transform these languages, not just for us to communicate culture. Languages are about science, they're about innovation, they're about governance, they're about creating economic opportunities. So we must invest in our languages, including sign languages, as languages of science, of economy, and of change, not just the language we speak in our homes. When you look at our guests from China, from America, from elsewhere who invest in the country, they do so because of the languages that they speak, and we must be proud of our languages. Finally, colleagues, culture has economic implications. Unless we deal with structural issues and look at the socio-political and economic transformation that gender justice and equality will bring to our society, we will forever talk about culture as though it's something that only happens in our families. How governance is structured, how leaders lead, how political parties discharge their mandates, why in Parliament do they not talk about poverty and what must be done to eradicate poverty? That is the role that us as citizens must be asking for this to be prioritized. So I think it's women's agency, women's voice, women's advocacy, women's participation in public policy that will be helpful. I was making up for the earlier time. Thank you.
I could saw that, Prof, but I think you have touched on almost each and every question, but I will give now over to Ms. Kachifa, so to just, if there's anything that you want to
Thank you very much for your work in your communities. And to everybody here, thank you for the work that you're doing in your communities. We wouldn't be where we are without that. So yes, the current, although we did win in court, the current judgment still needs to be confirmed in the Constitutional Court. So the liquor outlets are still allowed to operate, unfortunately, with that 6 to 6 trading times until the Constitutional Court confirms the judgment made by the Northern Cape High Court. The issue of outlet density and the fact that we're seeing mushrooming of outlets in our communities is one that obviously compounds later trading hours. And it is something that is also dealt with at a provincial and local level. So when communicating with your provincial legislature or other bodies on issues like trading hours, communicating about the outlet density also is something that needs to be included as one of the impacts that they could be addressing in their communities, right? Another issue that we have with the system is the fact that liquor authorities still issue licenses despite the fact that there are so many liquor outlets in one community, especially in a very small radius, especially in residential areas. So what we are advocating for now is that liquor authorities must do community impact assessments for every license application that they receive, so that when they reject a license, they can do so by saying, look, there are 4 other outlets in this area. We cannot have a 5th one because harm will be compounded by the fact that the 5th one exists in this area, right? What you can do now, with the current legislation now you can do, is mobilize community so that when those licenses reapply for their licenses to be renewed, you can mobilize community to reject those licenses so they cannot be renewed in those communities. Unfortunately, that's the only thing we can do now until the system itself changes. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much for that information. Now we move over to Commissioner.
Thanks for the opportunity. Let me first comment on this. I think what remains is for us, especially as women, to love sign language and to try and learn sign language. A lot of the time we only take up the challenge when it faces you. A lot of people take it for granted that when they have children, those children won't be deaf, they'll be able to speak. But it does happen that you find yourself with a child that is hard of hearing and you have to learn sign language. So I think it's important that also as custodians of our own language, we take up that responsibility of learning sign language, even when we think it is not important to us. It's the 12th language. I think South Africans also are at an advantage. They speak a lot of languages. And in the past, we used to speak a lot more languages. We are very multilingual, we are very bilingual, but I don't know what English is doing to us. We're changing, and we're not looking after our indigenous languages. So it's important that we be sensitive to that. We be sensitized to it, so we start supporting the anchors of the Constitution. And for that lady that complained about customary law and her child being taken away from her, I think it's important to, she's got a number of avenues. She's got the public protector, she's got human rights, she also has the CRL, which could help with the mediation. And I think what the CRL tends to do, you send a complaint to them. You can call them, you can write a letter of complaint to them, and they'll help you, they'll connect you with the institutions that will support that kind of challenge. So let's use these institutions that are available to us. I think challenges change over the years. We won't stop having challenges. We'll continue to have challenges all the time. When the lady talked about liquor and drugs in particular, we tend to regard it, I think it's not only a governmental issue. The community is the custodian of that. Why do we have, let me say, communities where that doesn't happen? I think once we were invaded in South Africa, we just succumbed instead of fighting that these things don't come our way. It has to be done, and I think it should start with a family. It should start with a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We will now give over to Hoshi Khadi.
Thank you again. When coming to the number given for the representation of traditional leadership in municipality, is too little, that number. Little as it is, we are going there to be observers. We are not part of the decision making. So maybe we can be given space in decision making. And to localize this kind of event, I support it and we want it there. Thank you.
So that was sweet and short. Thank you very much to the panelists for the responses. We really appreciate it. And now we will give to my co-chair just to give over the tokens of appreciation. Let us start with the youngest. And I think, Prof, you are flexible. You can come next. And then the commissioner, and then we will give to the Kohashi Khadi, the last one. And I will now give over to the next session to, no, it's the last one, it's a closing one. So you don't have to worry, I don't think it will be there. It will only be 5 minutes. So, Honorable Tikhali, over to you.
Halala, Mahalala. I was just checking if ever you still have the energy to continue. Maybe we should call the last panel. I'm joking. I am here to thank everybody who managed to form part of today's discussions or the programs. All of us, we have learned when the panelists were here, all of us who were listening, and we're taking whatever we were hearing, and we're going to take them with us, even in our portfolio. Committees, I think we're going to talk about those. When we go back to Parliament, we'll ask the ministers, and I'm sure we'll have the responses. The other thing that I want to request whoever has raised issues here is that sometimes we need to start by trusting God. And if you trust God and you give him everything that is in you or that worries you, truly speaking, one day you will get the results. So I'm not going to waste time. They gave me 5 minutes. I think it's too much. People are tired. We want to go and rest. The announcement that I'm having is that tomorrow at 9:30, we'll be starting with our second session program, and then it's going to drag up until 1 o'clock. So it won't be a long session like today. We started by prayer when we were starting, but now I just want to say to everybody, may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, sweet fellowship of the Holy Spirit, rest and abide with all of us. In the name of Jesus, amen.